Next person, please. Next
Good morning.
person. Good morning.
My name is Lamida Abigail.
Welcome, Abigail. It's good to have you back. Next person.
Good morning, Michael Adebisi.
Welcome, Michael. It's good to have you back. Next person, please. Okay. Okay, so we are going to start the class immediately because I don't know why others are not joining. Okay, so maybe they will join us much later. So without further waste of time, I'll be introducing our lecturer for today who will be taking us in GNS 101. That is use of English. So let's welcome Madam Feyisayo Odejide. Thank you, ma'am. You can take it up from here. You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Mercy. Good morning, everyone. It's nice to be here again. Welcome back. Oh, and it's GNS 102, actually. It's GNS 102. So I'm just going to share my screen very shortly, and then we will take it. Oh, okay, so I need to be enabled to share, please. So please, can someone do that for me? I need to be enabled to share my screen. Okay? I need to be enabled to share my screen. So please, can someone do that quickly while I continue? So you're welcome, everyone. It's nice to be here. I'm happy to be in the midst of such esteemed individuals as yourselves. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Can I share now? Very
Okay,
good.
go ahead, ma'am. Thank you.
Yes, I can. All right, thank you. So we have quite a bit to do today, so I don't want to waste time. So we'll just delve straight into it. Can you all see my screen? Please indicate if you can see my screen. Can you see my screen?
Your screen is seen, ma'am.
Beautiful, thank you. All right. I'll begin from the very beginning. Right. Welcome to GNS 102. I will be talking about quite a bit. And the first point of call, of course, will be communication. Because what do we have language for? It's to communicate. We have all kinds of language, and I'm sure a couple of us will remember from the last from GNS 101, where we spoke about the different kinds of communication that exist. So we'll continue from there. We'll understand the role of communication. We'll be doing that today. So we have different three different kinds of contexts that we'll be looking at. We'll be looking at the personal context, we'll be looking at the professional context, and we'll be looking at the social context, because these contexts are what communication exists within. Okay? The role of communication exists within the personal context, the professional context, and the social context. And what do we mean by the personal context? As we all know, communication plays a vital role in interpersonal relationships, okay? So relationships with friends, relationships with family, relationships with our individual partners, as it were. And effective communication definitely fosters understanding, it fosters trust, it fosters emotional connection, and what have we between individuals. Communication skills are essential, absolutely. They're essential in expressing, the thoughts, what we're thinking, how we feel, what we need, and as well as resolving conflict and maintaining healthy relationships. Without communication skills, we can't do any of these things. Okay? So it's important to note that. And in the personal context, communication definitely helps us as individuals to articulate our identity. It helps us to articulate our values. It helps us to articulate our beliefs, and it helps us to shape our self-expression and interpersonal interactions. I'll repeat that. It helps us as individuals to articulate our identity, to articulate our values and beliefs, and it helps us to shape our self-expression and interpersonal interactions. And then in the personal context, communication is a cornerstone of success. In the professional context, okay? So in our workplace, it helps us to influence our productivity. It helps us to work together as a team, and generally our organizational effectiveness. Our communication has to be clear and concise in order for us to be able to convey information, in order for us to convey instructions and our expectations to the people that we work with, our subordinates, our bosses, our clients, our customers, as it were. That is definitely something that we need to always keep in our minds and put into consideration. Okay? And then effective communication skills are also so very much valued when we have job interviews, when we have networking events, when we have professional presentations that help to facilitate our career advancement and our opportunities as they're laid before us. Okay? In the professional context, communication encompasses verbal and written interactions, as well as non-verbal cues. And I'm sure we all remember non-verbal cues that we talked about in GNS 101, like body language and our tone of voice. And then in the social context, communication shapes our interactions, with community, with our community dynamics, with our cultural norms, our social customs, our group cohesion, okay? And social media platforms and digital marketing communication tools, as it were, have also transformed the way individuals connect, communicate, collaborate, and all whatnot. Okay. Communication skills are essential for navigating situations socially, networking, building meaningful relationships, and communicating with diverse individuals and communities. I'm sure you all agree with me that, on social media, whether it be Instagram, TikTok, Snapchat, we have to be socially intelligent enough to communicate with decorum, with couth, and also to pass our messages across adequately and effectively. Okay? And then in the social context as well, communication facilitates the exchange of ideas, information, experiences, and then also fostering mutual understanding and social engagement. Okay? On many occasions, we find ourselves talking to people that we have never met before on social media. It's important to be able to pass your message across effectively and properly. Okay? Using the right language, using the right terms, because particularly as the person you may be talking to might never have seen you before. They don't understand who you are. Therefore, you need to convey your information properly, effectively. Okay? What is the significance of effective communication? It helps to build relationships, it helps to resolve conflicts, and it helps us achieve our goals. In building relationships, effective communication is foundational, and it helps us to maintain strong and meaningful relationships. It helps us to keep clear and open communication. excuse me, excuse me. Clear and open communication helps us to foster trust, helps us to foster empathy, and helps us to foster intimacy between individuals. It helps us to strengthen the bond in our personal and professional relationships. I dare say that there are many people within the professional context who have even become closer than family. So yeah, and it's all as a result of building relationships, and you can't build relationships without communication. Okay, through communication, individuals express appreciation, affection, support, and they deepen their connection and sense of belonging within social circles and communities. Active listening and honest communication will also help us promote understanding, and we are able to validate one another's perspectives and help us to also enhance mutual respect and empathy in our relationships. And then communication also plays a very crucial role in resolving conflicts, addressing disagreements constructively as well. Because think about it, if you have two people who are, two or more people as it were, who are, you know, in the middle of some kind of conflict, they're fighting about one thing or the other, or disagreeing about one thing or the other, they raised voices everywhere, there are all kinds of things going on. You need somebody who has mastery of communication to be able to listen, interpret, and convey everybody's views without hassle or stress, and end up resolving whatever kind of conflict that exists within that context. Open and honest communication allows individuals to express their concerns, our needs, and even emotions. And then, of course, it helps to create a platform for dialogue and negotiation. There are many techniques that are required for effective conflict resolution. Some of them are active listening, like I said before, compromise as well. And then, when we have these two techniques, it helps us to facilitate the resolution of these conflicts. And we're able to do this by finding mutually acceptable solutions. Okay? Through effective communication, conflicts can be transformed into opportunities for growth, understanding, and reconciliation, and it helps to strengthen relationships in the process. I've heard and seen of people who started out quite unfriendly, not particularly having an appreciation for one another. But at the end of the day, they've become best friends. Why? They misunderstood one another before, not realizing that, there could be a great friendship between them. And because communication was carried out effectively and there's some kind of conflict resolution, they ended up becoming great friends. Communication helps us to achieve our goals. It is instrumental in the articulation and pursuing of our collective goals as well as our individual goals. So clear communication of goals, expectations, and action plans aligns individuals and teams towards a common purpose. It will help enhance collaboration as well as productivity. When we have effective communication skills, such as persuasion and negotiation, we're able as individuals to influence others as well as garner support for our ideas and our initiatives. So by communicating effectively, individuals can overcome all manner of obstacles, they can navigate challenges, and as well as adapt to changing circumstances, ultimately achieving our desired outcomes and our aspirations. Are we together? Are we following? Are we following? I'd like you to ask questions as we go along. Whatever it is that you need clarification on, I would like to hear from anyone and everyone, as it were. Okay, so please drop something in the chat box whenever you have some kind of issue or challenge or something that you need clarity on, and I'll do my best to answer each and every one. Okay. Types of communication. I'm sure you remember this from GNS 101. I will reiterate it again. Sorry, I'll reiterate it. Verbal, non-verbal, and written communication. These are the types of communication that exist. Verbal communication involves the use of spoken or written words to convey messages. Verbal communication involves the use of spoken and written words to convey messages. It encompasses face-to-face conversations, phone calls, speeches, lectures, like I'm doing right now, written documents such as emails and reports. Okay? And then verbal communication also relies on language and vocabulary to express ideas, emotions, and information. What are the strengths of verbal communication? Verbal communication allows for immediate feedback. That's why I prefer to, when it's like something pressing, I prefer phone calls. When it's pressing, when I need an immediate answer, I prefer phone calls. Sorry, I'm getting some feedback here and I'm wondering why that's happening. Just a minute, please. Give me a minute, please. Let me sort this out. Okay, sorry about that. Apparently, that was my other line interfering. So as I was saying, strengths of non-verbal. Okay, sorry, we have non-verbal communication as well. I think I jumped. 1 minute, please. Right. Okay. I said, verbal communication allows for immediate feedback. Yes, I prefer phone calls to sending an email or even sending a text message or whatever, because I may not get immediate feedback when it is something that is pressing and important. However, when it's just me trying to get information across, then of course I don't mind, and I'm not expecting immediate feedback, then I don't mind sending a text message, a WhatsApp message, an email, or even a letter. Okay. Um, Also, yes, and also allows for nuanced expressions of emotion, tone, and intent, because you're talking to the person directly, you can sense someone's tone and know that you can get what their what's it called, their vocal cues are. So the tone of voice, the inflection will help you able to understand someone's emotions whilst they are talking to you. And you can also convey such as well. So, I mean, if you're speaking to someone and they're angry, you can tell from the tone of their voice. They don't even have to be screaming for you to be able to detect the anger that may be seething, underneath their facade, as it were. Okay. And then, of course, it also enables real-time communicating in various settings, such as interpersonal, professional, and public speaking contexts. Of course, also there are limitations. Like with everything in life, there's also always sometimes a limitation. Okay. And why, what limitations exist under this context? There can be misinterpretation or misunderstanding, you know. So this usually come to play when people have challenges with language, their proficiency may not be where it should be, especially in relation to the receiver of the information, okay, as well as dialects and accents. So an Italian man speaking to me who has a heavy Italian accent may have difficulty getting me to understand what it is they're saying, or a Chinese man. I reckon I may not have that much of a problem with most of the Nigerian languages because, sorry, most of the Nigerian people, because I'm more familiar with the different accents, as it were. But imagine, me talking to, like I said, an Italian or a Spanish man whom I do not have a lot of interaction with, and they have a really heavy accent. Then you can understand that sometimes I may not be able to get my message across to them. And that's even just for accents. Now, let's now even talk about limitation in the language altogether. If they can't speak English language at a high proficiency, and English language is the only means of communication between the two of us, then we will have a bit of a problem. So these are one of the, or some of the limitations that exist as a result of verbal communication. Okay? And then we have nonverbal communication, which refers to the transmission of messages through gestures, facial expressions, body language, and other nonverbal cues that exist. Most of the time, it's a complement for verbal communication, and it just allows us and helps us to convey our emotions and attitudes and intentions, more effectively than with words alone. Nonverbal communication is inherent in human interactions and can be both intentional and unintentional, because it's not every time that someone is conveying exactly what it is that they want to be conveying to you. What are the strengths? They provide an additional layer of meaning and context to verbal messages. It helps with enhancements, it helps with understanding, and it helps with empathy. Somebody who you're trying to speak to someone who is unwell, for instance, and they're being hospitalized. The little things that you say or do, your facial expression can help convey how you're feeling further than when you're just saying the things that you feel, as it were. So you can say and you can also convey with non-verbal cues. Okay? So, I mean, another thing, of course, is that it transcends linguistic and cultural barriers, allowing for communication across diverse contexts and populations. And then number 3, it conveys authenticity and sincerity through nonverbal cues such as eye contact, posture, and facial expressions. Eye contact, posture, and facial expressions. What are the limitations here? Nonverbal cues may be subject to misinterpretation or cultural differences, leading to communication breakdown and misunderstandings. Yeah, because we all have different cultures. We all have, different. We all do different things that mean different things across different cultures. Okay. Imagine I'm looking for the perfect example to present with this in this regard. For instance, the only thing that really comes to mind right now is the Japanese people. Now, a form of greeting and respect is constant bowing amongst Japanese people. However, it is not so in other cultures. Now imagine standing in front of a Japanese person, meeting them for the first time, departing from their presence, and you have not done the things that they find to be cordial and couth. They start to look at you that perhaps this person doesn't regard us. So at the end of the day, when you're meeting new people, you probably want to do a little bit of research as to, when I mean new people from different cultures. You probably want to do some research as to how it is that they behave in their part of the world. Nonverbal communication can be subtle and ambiguous. So it requires careful observation and interpretation to decipher them accurately, which is, I guess the example that I gave also still applies here. Nonverbal cues may also be involuntary, unconscious, and can make it difficult to control and regulate in communication settings. And then we have the written communication. Sorry. What is the definition and what are the characteristics of written communication? Written communication involves the exchange of information through written symbols, such as letters, emails, reports, and text messages. And they allow for precise expression. When you're writing things down, it's less ambiguous unless you mean for it to be. And it's easier for people to understand if that is your intention. Okay? Written communication encompasses various formats and genres. And these include formal documents, informal messages, and digital media. And what are the strengths? They provide a permanent record of communication that can be archived, they can be referenced, and they can be retrieved as needed. So if you have something written down as long as it has you've taken proper care to either save it, keep it, it's something that can always be referenced in the future, especially now, these days when there's all kinds of document management systems, both formal and informal. People screen grab all kinds of um, conversations to keep for future reference. People scan their documents to save and archive and can refer to them whenever they want to. And then it also facilitates asynchronous communication, which enables individuals communicate across different time zones and schedules. Okay? That means that if you send a message to someone at 12 midnight, be rest assured, whenever they wake up, they will see that message. If you send an email at 10 a.m. in the morning and you mean to send it to someone in the US, where you expect that they will see it when they awake, they will see it. They will get your message and they will act upon your message if they so desire. And then we want to look at the limitations of written communication. Written communication lacks the immediacy and spontaneity of verbal communication, which is what I said before. If you want immediate response, you're better off speaking to the person directly as opposed to writing to them, whether via text message, email, or even a letter. In order to be able to even do any kind of written communication, you have to be at least fundamentally literate. Basic literacy skills are required, as well as access to technology or writing tools, because these are the things that can pose a barrier to effective communication for some individuals or communities. And then written communication may be less conducive to convey emotions. Yes, you can convey your words, but you can't really put emotion into writing unless you find the right descriptive words. And even at that, words are words. They don't carry emotion. They carry your intent to let a person know that you have such emotions, but does not mean that the said the said words are true. But nonetheless, we can just decide to take those things at face value. And then we now have what basic communication models. So we have, I do remember that we have spoken about this in GNS 101. So don't be alarmed that I am repeating myself. It is deliberate. I'm just refreshing our memory and reminding us of the things that we've learned before. So under basic communication models, we have the Shannon-Weaver model. We have, please can you mute yourself, whoever I can hear right now? Please mute yourself. Thank you. Please mute yourself. You're interfering with the class. All right. We have the Shannon-Weaver model. We have the transactional model. And we have the elements and processes involved in communication. The process of communication involves several interconnected steps that facilitate the exchange of information. Our ideas, our emotions, and our intentions between individuals or groups are interconnected. In communication, we have the sender. Who is the sender? The person who initiates the message. So the sender comes up with the message that they wish to convey. They encode it, put it into a format that can be transmitted to the receiver. And then we have the message. The message is the information, the idea, or the emotion that the sender intends to communicate. And that message can be sent via spoken word, visual symbols. And then the encoding is the process by which the sender translates thoughts and ideas into a form that can be understood by the receiver. Again, it can involve selecting words, structuring sentences, or even choosing visual or auditory cues to convey the message. That means that, let's take, for example, you want to send a message via WhatsApp, okay? You can either write, some kind of sentence to the person. You can decide to use a meme. You can decide to use a sticker. You can decide to send a voice note. However you think the person that you're sending the message to will adequately and effectively receive the message. Someone is asking, can there be effective communication without written or verbal, or without written or verbal? I dare say not necessarily. I mean, how else do you want to convey anything to someone without writing or saying it? Yes, I know that some people, well, sign language can be effective and understands what it is you're saying. And I don't mean sign language only for people who are hard of hearing or are unable to speak. I'm also even talking about the kinds that people send on sports fields, or mothers to their Nigerian mothers to their children, where they speak with their eyes and all, but not all children understand that. So yeah, I don't think that there can be effective communication other than with the hard of hearing community. I don't think there can be effective communication without written or verbal. Yeah, better off saying exactly what it is that you need to say. There can be communication, but not necessarily effective communication. I hope I've answered your question. Okay, then we have the channel. The channel is the medium through which the message is transmitted from sender to receiver. Channels can include face-to-face conversations, phone calls, written documents, emails, video conferences, or even nonverbal cues such as body language and facial expressions. And then transmission. Transmission refers to the actual sending of the message through the communication channel that you have chosen, okay? So the message travels through the channel and reaches the receiver, who then decodes it to extract its meaning. The receiver is the person or the group of people for whom the message is intended. So upon receiving the message, the receiver decodes it by interpreting the words, the gestures, or symbols that the sender has used. Decoding is how the receiver interprets and understands the message that has been sent. Okay? And this, of course, involves extracting the meaning from that message. So you've said something. What is it that the person means? Sorry, what is it that the person understands by what it is that you have said? What do you mean? How do they receive it? What is it that they infer or understand from what you have said? They want to, and then at the end of the day, sometimes someone is implying something, and you need to be able to understand whether there's some underlying intentions there or not. Okay. And then feedback. So feedback is the response or reaction that the person who you sent the message to gives as a response to what it is that has been sent to them. And that can take quite a number of forms. It could be a verbal response, it could be a non-verbal response, it could be written replies, it could be several things actually. You could even send a message to someone and they don't say anything in response, and that in itself is some kind of, feedback. Because sometimes we say silence is golden, and depending on what message has been sent, excuse me, and how someone can decide whatever it is they want to do with regards to what it is that has been sent to them. And then there's something called noise. Now, noise refers to any interference, distortion, or whatever it is that disrupts the communication process and affects the clarity and the accuracy of the message that was sent. And noise can be external or internal. Okay? So with external, you have things such as environmental distractions, and with internal, it can be personal biases or misunderstandings. And this can hinder effective communication. There's also context. Context refers to, the surrounding circumstances, the environment, and the cultural factors that influence the communication process. So it's important to understand context where in which the communication happens, because if you do that, then it will help you interpret the message more accurately, or rather accurately, and then help you to navigate any potential barriers or challenges. Okay. And there's something called feedback loop. Feedback loop. The communication process is often cyclical, with feedback from the receiver informing subsequent messages from the sender. So you sent me a message, I've responded to your message. You probably want to say something back again and keep the conversation going, okay? Now this feedback loop allows for ongoing interaction. It allows for clarification, especially if, there's a situation where something was not conveyed or received properly. So it's either in the conveyance or in the reception, okay? To ensure effective communication between all parties is involved. What is the purpose of communication? It helps us to facilitate understanding, exchange information, build relationships, and achieve desired outcomes. Facilitate understanding, exchanging information, building relationships, and achieving desired outcomes. One of the fundamental purposes of communication is to share information, to share facts, to share ideas and opinions of others. Communication serves as a means of conveying knowledge, data, instructions, or even updates to individuals or groups. We do this and we help people to stay informed and make informed decisions. Expressing thoughts and emotions is another purpose. Because communication will help you provide a platform where individuals can express their thoughts, their feelings, their beliefs, their emotions to other individuals. Okay? And so through verbal and non-verbal communication channels, people can articulate their perspectives. They can share their personal experiences, and they can connect with other people on an emotional level. And then it helps us build relationships. Helps us what? Build relationships. Helps with influencing and persuading. Communication is often used as a tool to influence others' attitudes, opinions, behaviors, or even decisions. So through effective communication techniques such as rhetoric, storytelling, or even augmentation, individuals seek to convince or persuade others to adopt certain viewpoints and take specific actions or support particular initiatives. Communication serves as a means of addressing disagreements, misunderstandings, or conflicts that may arise between individuals and groups. I can't stress this enough. It is important in resolving conflicts. So by engaging in constructive dialogue, active listening, and negotiation, individuals can work towards resolving conflicts, finding common ground, and reaching mutually acceptable solutions. Because the Lulu is not always the Solulu. Okay. Communication helps in collaborating and problem solving. Communication facilitates collaboration and problem solving by enabling individuals to exchange ideas, brainstorm solutions, and work together towards shared goals. Also, you can help coordinate, teams coordinate efforts. You can help share expertise, and it can help leverage diverse perspectives to overcome the challenges and achieve collective success. Communication is essential for informing and educating other people about specific topics, issues, or concepts. What we're doing, for instance, is informing and educating. Okay? So whether you're using formal education, training programs, or even informal discussions, communication will serve as a vehicle for sharing knowledge, promoting learning, and fostering intellectual growth. Capish? And then, of course, without communication, there can't be any form of entertainment. Okay? There can't be any form of entertainment. Communication also serves as some as a form of um, tool for engagement. Okay, it helps to provide that all our comedians, for instance, without communication, how are they going to make us laugh? That would be a near impossibility unless their minds and even minds still communicate with non-verbal cues. Okay, so through various forms of communication, such as storytelling, humor, artistic expression, individuals can entertain, inspire, or captivate others and enhance their overall well-being and quality of life. Imagine if there was no TV. Imagine if there was no music. Imagine if there was no comedy. I dare say it will be very boring. Boring indeed. Probably almost fatal because some people will die early. Of course, my thoughts. So, communication plays a role in establishing individual and collective identities. Or like my Nollywood friend would say, identity, as well as cultural norms and values. By communicating with others, individuals shape their sense of self, belonging, cultural identity, contribution to the formation of shared beliefs, traditions, and social norms within communities. Another role that is played is the seeking of support and provision of support. Communication will help you seek help, will help you seek advice, help you seek support from others in a time of need or difficulty. And then it also allows individuals to offer assistance, to offer empathy, to offer encouragement. Please, can you mute yourself? Please, please mute yourself. Thank you. Encouragement to others and foster a sense of community, compassion, and social cohesion. What is the relationship between communication and language? It's a fundamental one because language serves as the primary vehicle for communication. Without language, I dare say communication will be grossly difficult. Language is the system of symbols, sounds, and rules used to convey meaning within a community or culture. Through language, individuals encode their thoughts, feelings, ideas, intentions into words, sentences, and expressions that can be understood by others. And then language provides the framework for communication allowing individuals to exchange information, interact with others, and express themselves effectively. Communication helps us to transmit meaning. Helps us to transmit meaning. Because without communication, how can you tell what someone means by what it is that they're saying? Communication is the process of exchanging ideas, information, thoughts, and emotions between individual groups. Language is the primary medium through which this communication occurs by enabling individuals to transmit and receive messages through spoken, written, or verbal means. Communication encompasses various modes, including verbal communication, non-verbal communication, and by doing this, you are able to get your message across to a receiver. So language and communication are interdependent. For without language, there can be no communication. They are inherently interdependent on one another, because effective communication relies on language proficiency and comprehension. So the one who is conveying the message needs to be proficient in the language that they're conveying the message in. And the one who is receiving the message needs to be able to adequately and effectively comprehend that message for communication to be effective. Okay? So without a shred of language, people will struggle to understand each other. This will lead to communication breakdown and misunderstanding. Conversely, language evolves and adapts in response to changing communication needs and contexts, reflecting the dynamic nature of human interaction and expression. Language changes every day. It evolves. It evolves. You hear different new things, different terms being used across generations. And it's important that as the language evolves, so do we, in order to be able to understand. Language diversity and communication styles is another topic that we'll delve into. Different languages and dialects reflect the cultural diversity and linguistic richness of human societies. Each language embodies unique grammatical structure, vocabulary, idiomatic expressions that shape communication styles and patterns within specific cultural groups. So in English, we have idiomatic expressions. In the Yoruba language, we have idiomatic expressions. In French, we have idiomatic expressions. They exist everywhere. And not only idiomatic expressions, but all kinds of grammar rules and structure. So much so that if you try sometimes to do some kind of transliteration from one language to the other, you may lose the meaning because it is specific to those cultural groups. So, understanding and appreciating the linguistic diversity enhances cross-cultural communication, and it promotes mutual understanding and respect among individuals from diverse backgrounds. Language as a tool for socialization and identity. Language plays a crucial role in socialization because it enables individuals to acquire knowledge, values, and beliefs from their cultural environment. Say, for instance, you move out of your current location to somewhere new entirely. You would need to understand the new, and when I mean a new location entirely, I mean like a location where the culture is different. You would need to learn the culture and the way of those people for you to be able to convey, your thoughts, your ideas to them, and for you also to be able to properly understand the things that they say and do. Through language, individuals form social bonds, they establish group identities, and participate in collective activities that shape their sense of belonging and community. Language also reflects and reinforces individual and group identities, and they serve as a marker of cultural heritage, ethnicity, and social affiliation. Communication experiences such as conversations, storytelling, collaborative activities play a vital role in language acquisition and development, especially in early childhood. So through interaction with like our caregivers, our parents, guardians, nannies, our friends, our peer, people in our peer group, and generally the broader community, individuals learn to use language effectively for communication purposes, gradually expanding their vocabulary, grammar, and communicative competence. Then we have the impact of inference on communication. The impact of inference on communication. The phonological and syntactic impact of inference on, on communication refers to how the process of drawing conclusions or making educated guesses based on available information influences the way language is produced and understood, right? So sometimes someone says something to you and you're not quite sure what exactly that person means, but you start to draw conclusions and infer certain things based on how you receive that message, especially because of the way something was said. Oftentimes, you've heard a lot of people saying, "So what is that supposed to mean now?" That's because that person who sent or who spoke to you, sent a message, whatever it is, probably had some kind of ambiguous and had made some kind of ambiguous statement that was not quite clear, but that you could, make an inference from. So usually this happens when someone says something, maybe the way they pronounce the word, whatever. It could even be like, you know, not deliberate sometimes. It could even be a word choice issue or whatever. But basically, inference can affect the phonological aspects of communication. And it does so in a number of ways, one of which are the pronunciation. So when individuals make inferences about the meaning of unfamiliar words or phrases, they may attempt to pronounce them based on their knowledge of, a similar sounding word or phonetic rules. Please, can you give me 1 minute? I think there's someone at my door, please. My apologies. Okay, so where were we? Yeah. Then we have intonation and stress. Inference can influence the intonation and stress patterns of speech, as speakers may emphasize certain words or phrases to convey their inferred meanings or intentions. Okay, and then we have word choice. And can you hear me now? Someone said they can't hear me. Can you hear me, please? I'd like you to indicate if you can so that I know to continue. Can you hear me? Please, can someone say something?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, lovely. Thank you. I did step away for a minute. Was that when you couldn't hear me?
Yeah.
All right. I did say that I was stepping away for a minute. Thank you. Okay, where were we? Yeah. So word choice and pronunciation variations, depending on the context and inferred meaning, speakers may choose different words or pronunciation variation to convey their intended message more effectively. And does not necessarily mean that the pronunciation is wrong. It just means that there's a different. Oh gosh. Can you mute yourself, please? I can hear somebody just came in, and I think okay, that's lovely. Person is muted now. All right. So as I was saying, the pronunciation variation does not necessarily have to be wrong. Sometimes it is, but nonetheless, I think that is the only way that some people are able to adequately convey what it is that they're trying to say to some other person. Because, okay, let me give you an example. For instance, the word pronunciation, I've heard many people say it as pronunciation. Now, the only reason why people would say that is because the root word, which is pronounce, is spelled and pronounced with an OU. And so because the word that is a product of it, now sorry, because the word that is a product of it does not have an OU in the middle of it, people seem to think that the spelling is wrong. However, the spelling is not wrong, neither is it pronounced as pronunciation. But you would understand why somebody would say pronunciation, because and I hope you understand what it is that I just tried to explain there. So I've heard someone even try to correct my spelling of the word pronunciation, because they seem to think that it should be spelled as pronunciation, and I don't blame them for thinking that way. Okay, then we have syntactic impact. Syntax refers to the structure and the arrangement of words in sentences to convey meaning. Inference can impact syntactic aspects of communication in the following ways. 1, sentence structure. 2, ambiguity resolution. 3, complexity and clarity. So with sentence structure, when making inferences about the intended meaning of a sentence, individuals may adjust the syntactic structure or word order to clarify their message and emphasize key points. And then in the ambiguity resolution, inferences help resolve syntactic ambiguities by providing additional context or information that aids in understanding the intended meaning of a sentence or a phrase. And then in complexity and clarity, inference may lead to the use of more complex syntactic structures, or conversely, simpler structures, depending on the level of detail needed to convey the inferred meaning clearly. So listen to this one now. For the phonological impact. In a conversation about a bear, if someone says, "I saw a big bear yesterday," the listener may infer whether the speaker is referring to an animal or a large, hairy man based on the context. So this inference would influence how the listener pronounces the word bear and the intonation used. Okay? So because people have used the word bear to refer to large men, right? And so the person may truly infer that the sender is referring to a human person, a large human being with a lot of bodily hair. Or, depending on how the word was said, you could also infer that the person actually did see an actual animal bear, right? And then syntactic impact. If someone hears the sentence, "She found the book under the table," they may infer that she refers to a specific person and adjust the sentence on adjust the sentence structure accordingly, saying, "Under the table, she found the book," to emphasize the location. Then we have something called code mixing. Code mixing. So code mixing refers to the practice of blending two or more languages or linguistic varieties within a single conversation, sentence, or utterance. This phenomenon commonly occurs in multilingual or multicultural environments where speakers are proficient in multiple languages and seamlessly switch between them during communication. Speakers switch between languages or dialects within the same discourse, often incorporating words, phrases, or even entire sentences from different linguistic systems. And then there's fluidity and naturalness. Code mixing occurs spontaneously and seamlessly in speech, reflecting the speaker's linguistic repertoire and cultural identity. And then purposeful communication. Speakers may code mix for various reasons, such as expressing the cultural identity, signaling group affiliation, emphasizing certain concepts, or filling lexical gaps. Okay? And then there's levels of mixing. Code mixing can occur at different linguistic levels, including lexical, that is mixing individual words, syntactic, that is mixing grammatical structures, and phonological, mixing sounds and pronunciation patterns, okay? Now, social and cultural factors. Code mixing often reflects social and cultural dynamics within a community, such as the bilingualism, language contact, migration, globalization, and identity negotiation. So let's here's an example. Lexical mixing, for instance. Mo lọ sí beach ní weekend yìí. That is, which means, sorry, I think this I made a mistake here. That's I went to the beach this weekend. Mo lọ sí beach ní weekend yìí. So you're mixing English beach with the Yoruba sentence culture and structure, as well as weekend, because weekend is not a Yoruba word, beach is not a Yoruba word, but you have then put it in there because most people don't even know the Yoruba word for beach, nor do they know the Yoruba word for weekend. Some people, okay? And then we have the syntactic mixing. Okay, I'm going to attempt to speak some Igbo here. So this says, Emegim came homework. Nyahu. I hope I said that right. And the person is just saying, I didn't do my homework yesterday, mixing Igbo with English, okay? And then we have the phonological mixing, which is, I went, excuse me, I went to the supermercado to buy some leche, which means I went to the supermarket to buy some milk, mixing English and Spanish phonological patterns. So I hope this makes you understand code mixing. Now, what are the functions of code mixing? Semantic precision is one. Speakers may borrow words or phrases from another language to express nuanced meanings or concepts that may not exist in their primary language. Okay. And then identity expression. Code mixing can serve as a marker of linguistic and cultural identity, reflecting the speaker's affiliation with with specific linguistic communities or social groups. And then social solidarity. In multilingual settings, code mixing can foster a sense of camaraderie and inclusivity among speakers who share a common linguistic background or cultural heritage. I don't think I need to tell anybody how that works in our own environment here in Nigeria. I mean, if you go to a place where there's a predominance of speaking Yoruba or Igbo or Hausa, and you start to speak that language there, whether you come from there, from the place or not, there's, an immediate sense of inclusivity that, it can foster, okay? And then, of course, there's pragmatic adaptation. So speakers may code mix strategically to accommodate the linguistic preferences or proficiency levels of their interlocutors, enhancing mutual understanding and rapport. What are the implications of code mixing? There's communication effectiveness. So while code mixing can facilitate communication among multilingual speakers, excessive or inappropriate mixing may lead to comprehension difficulties or misinterpretations, especially for the monolingual listeners. So if somebody doesn't speak a particular language and you code mix with that language, you may lose them, okay? Language maintenance and shift. So code mixing reflects ongoing language contact and dynamic language use within multicultural communities, influencing language attitudes, usage patterns, and language vitality over time. And then we have code switching. What we did before was code mixing, and now this is code switching. Code switching is a linguistic phenomenon where speakers alternate between two or more languages or dialects within a single conversation, sentence, or utterance. Unlike code mixing, which involves blending elements of different languages, code switching entails distinct switches between languages or varieties. So what are the characteristics here? Language alternation is a characteristic here as well. So speakers switch between languages or dialects based on various linguistic, social, and situational factors, such as topic of conversation, the linguistic proficiency of the interlocutors, or the cultural identity. And then number two, grammatical and structural integrity comes into play. So code switching typically maintains the grammatical rules and structures of each language or dialect being used, ensuring clarity and coherence in communication. And then number three, there's purposeful communication. So speakers may code switch for specific communicative purposes, such as expressing emotions, emphasizing certain concepts, clarifying meaning, or signaling group identity. And then dynamic and fluid code switching occurs naturally and spontaneously in speech, reflecting the speaker's linguistic repertoire, social context, and communicative goals. And five, variability and context dependency. The frequency and patterns of code switching may vary depending on factors such as linguistic background of the speakers and the formality of the interaction or the cultural norms of the community. So, functions of code switching: semantic precision, social identity and group affiliation, pragmatic clarity, emotional and expressive purposes. So with semantic precision, speakers may switch languages to access a wider range of vocabulary or express nuanced meanings that are more effectively conveyed in a particular language. And then social identity and group affiliation. So code switching can serve as a marker for social identity, reflecting the speaker's membership in a specific language communities, cultural groups, and social networks. So both code switching and code mixing have similar, functions. Then the pragmatic clarity, code switching may enhance the pragmatic clarity and communicative effectiveness by accommodating the linguistic preferences or proficiency levels of interlocutors, especially in multilingual settings. Right. Okay. And then the emotional and expressive purposes. Speakers may code switch to convey emotions, attitudes, stylistic nuances that are culturally or linguistically embedded in a particular language or dialect. And we have quite a lot of that happening in our darling Nigeria here. Okay. Yeah. So examples. I need to compra leche at the store. That's the intercentennial code switching, which means I need to buy milk at the store, alternating between the English and Spanish at sentence boundaries. So you notice that here they're not spacing the two words that were used in a different language as opposed to in the code mixing. This is just switching. So it's like saying so I'm rather than saying that I need to buy milk at the store, I could say I need to lower milk at the store. Do you understand? So the no, that doesn't work. I need to lower milk in the store. I need to lower milk in the store. One language to start it and another to end it. Okay, and then you have the intra-centennial code switching. The intra-centennial code switching, which, okay, so an example here is, yo quiero que you come home early. I want you to come home early. Mixing the Spanish yo with English come within the same sentence. Okay? And then we have the tag switching. We'll meet you at 3 p.m. Inugo. So here you're ending an English sentence with an Igbo tag. Okay? So this is an example, or these are examples of code switching and the different types that exist. Implications of code switching. Implications of code switching. Code switching reflects individuals' linguistic and cultural identities, as well as their affiliation with specific groups or communities. I can't stress it enough, but yet again, I am, okay? Then we have the communication dynamics. So code switching influences communication dynamics in multilingual contexts. Multilingual contexts, shaping language, attitudes, interactional styles, and social relationships. And then code switching patterns may impact vitality, usage patterns, and language attitudes within multilingual communities, contributing to language maintenance over the shift, or shift over time. And now this is under language maintenance shift. And then next we come to dissonance in communication. Dissonance in communication. Dissonance in communication refers to a state of inconsistency, incongruity, or conflict between different elements or aspects of communication. This dissonance can occur at various levels, including verbal, nonverbal, and contextual, and it often leads to confusion, misunderstanding, or tension in interpersonal interactions. Types of dissonance in communication. We have we have verbal dissonance, we have non-verbal dissonance, and we have contextual dissonance. Verbal dissonance, non-verbal dissonance, and contextual dissonance. With verbal dissonance, we have contradiction, creating ambiguity or uncertainty with the speaker's intentions or beliefs. And then incongruent language. Incongruent language, the use of language that is inconsistent with the speaker's tone, emotions, or nonverbal cues, leading to confusion and mistrust. And then we have nonverbal dissonance. Under that, we have inconsistent body language. So nonverbal cues such as your facial expressions, your gestures, or posture that contradict the verbal message can cause confusion or skepticism. Then mixed signals. When nonverbal behaviors convey different meanings from verbal statements, creating ambiguity or distrust in communication. And then we have contextual dissonance, which is cultural differences, misalignment between cultural norms, values, or communication styles, leading to misunderstandings or misinterpretations in cross-cultural interactions. And under that also, we have the situational factors. That is discrepancies between communicative contexts or environment and the content or tone of the message, resulting in incongruence or discomfort for the participants. So what causes dissonance in communication? One is lack of clarity, incongruent communication, emotional inconsistency, and cultural and contextual factors. So if you're unclear or ambiguous in your communication, this can lead to a misinterpretation or confusion. Confusion creating this dissonance between the intended message and what its perceived meaning ends up being, okay? And then when there are differences in communication styles, preferences, or expectations among the communicators, this may also result in dissonance when their approaches clash or diverge, right? And then the fluctuations in emotional states or expressions during communication can create a dissonance between verbal and nonverbal cues, undermining trust or rapport. So here, this happens when there's emotional inconsistency. And then of course, under cultural and contextual factors, variations in cultural norms, social context, or situational dynamics may contribute to dissonance when communicators' expectations or assumptions clash. Effects misunderstanding and confusion, distrust and skepticism, interpersonal conflict, as well as reduced communication effectiveness. So strategies to address dissonance in communication is enhance, align, respect, listening, and clarify. So you need to enhance clarity so that there's no dissonance. So you strive for clarity and precision in communication by expressing messages in a straightforward and unambiguous manner. Align verbal and nonverbal cues. Ensure the consistency between the verbal statements and the nonverbal behaviors to enhance the coherence and credibility of the communication. That means don't say one thing and do another. It's that simple. Okay. And then cultural sensitivity. Respect cultural differences. Adapt communication styles or strategies to accommodate diverse cultural norms and expectations. So remember what I said about the Japanese people and the way they bow. And then active listening. Now practice active listening skills to clarify, validate perspectives, and to mitigate potential dissonance in communication. Okay, and then lastly, you clarify your expectations. Clarify expectations, assumptions, or contextual factors that may contribute to dissonance, fostering mutual understanding and alignment among communicators. Okay, so let's talk about organs of speech. Organs of speech. Organs of speech, also known as the articulators. These are the anatomical structures involved in the production of speech sounds. Now, these organs work together in a coordinated manner to shape the airflow from the lungs into specific sounds that form speech. So we have the lungs and the diaphragm. The lungs provide the airflow necessary for speech production, and the diaphragm, a dome-shaped muscle below the lungs, controls the volume and the pressure of the airflow by contracting and relaxing during breathing. And then we have the larynx. The larynx contains the vocal cords which vibrate when air passes through them, producing voiced sounds. The position and tension of the vocal cords can be adjusted to create different pitches and tones. Then we have the pharynx, which is the throat. The pharynx serves as a resonating chamber for speech sounds, amplifying and shaping the sound produced by the vocal cords. It plays a crucial role in articulating vowel sounds and certain consonant sounds. And then, of course, we have our oral cavity, the mouth. The oral cavity is the primary articulatory space where most speech sounds are formed. The tongue, the lips, the teeth, and the palate, that is the roof of the mouth, are the main articulators within the oral cavity. And we have our darling pink friend, the tongue. The tongue is a versatile muscle that moves in various directions within the oral cavity. It plays a central role in shaping the airflow to produce different speech sounds, including vowels and consonants. So the tip, the blade, the dorsum, that is the upper surface, and the root of the tongue are involved in different articulatory gestures. And then our lips. The lips are essential for producing bilabial consonants. Sounds formed with both lips, such as, and the W, the airflow for other speech sounds, such as the labiodental consonants, like the F and the V. The F and the teeth. The teeth may come in contact with the tongue or lips to produce certain speech sounds, such as the dental consonants, that is the th and the. Okay? And they play crucial sounds. Sorry, they play a role in articulating sounds like the s, the z, and the sh by creating constriction or airflow turbulence. And then we have the alveolar ridge. The alveolar ridge is the bony ridge located behind the upper front teeth. It serves as the point of contact for the tongue when producing alveolar consonants like t, d, n, s, z, by creating a closure or constriction. And then we have the velum, that's the soft palate. The velum is a soft, flexible structure located at the back of the roof of the mouth. It can be raised or lowered to open or close the nasal passage, allowing or blocking airflow through the nose during speech. When the velum is lowered, sounds are nasalized like M, like and. When raised, airflow is directly solely through the oral cavity. So the functions of the organs of speech. The lungs and the diaphragm. The function of the lungs and diaphragm diaphragm is airflow regulation. The lungs provide the airflow necessary for speech production, while the diaphragm controls the volume and pressure of the airflow by contracting and relaxing during breathing. The larynx, which is the voice box, is what helps with sound generation. The larynx contains the vocal cords, which vibrate when the air passes through them, producing voiced sounds. And then for the larynx also helps to regulate speech control by adjusting the tension and position of the vocal cords. The larynx different and then the pharynx manages resonance. The pharynx serves as the resonating chamber for speech sounds, amplifying and shaping the sound produced by the vocal cords. Articulation, it plays a crucial role in articulating vowel sounds and certain consonant sounds by altering its shape and size. Articulation space is what the oral cavity helps with. The oral cavity is the primary space where most speech sounds are formed, providing the necessary environment for articulatory gestures, as well as resonance and amplification. So it amplifies and shapes the sound produced by the vocal cords, contributing to the richness as well. The tongue is a highly flexible muscle that plays a central role in the shaping and the airflow to produce different speech sounds, including vowels and consonants. Articulation. It makes contact with various oral structures, the teeth, the alveolar, the ridge, the palate, to create constriction or airflow turbulence essential for articulating the vowel sound. So if you notice, whenever you're, the consonant sound, so whenever you're sounding out a consonant like B or T or S or N, you know, a lot of times you get a lot of tongue movement, okay? So the lips. The lips help with the bilabial consonants. The lips are crucial for sound, for producing bilabial consonants where both lips come in contact. That is P, so both lips are touching one another. B, again, M and W, where you see the W there. And then the labiodental consonants are the ones where you say words like lips are coming in contact with the upper teeth, okay? And then the articulation assistance for the teeth is where the teeth comes into contact with the tongue or lips to produce certain speech sounds, such as dental consonants like the or th. Okay, the or th. That means that your tongue is coming in contact with your teeth when you pronounce the and the. And then, of course, also helps with airflow modification. They create constriction or airflow turbulence, contributing to the sounds of z and sh. Okay. And then we have the alveolar ridge, which also creates a constriction point. The alveolar ridge serves as the point of contact for the tongue when producing alveolar consonants like t, d, n, s, z, creating a closure or constriction. Okay. So the vellum, which is the soft palate, helps with nasalization control. And I know I've said this before, I'm just saying it again, okay? The vellum can be raised or lowered to open or close the nasal passage, allowing or blocking airflow through the nose during speech. So nasal and oral sounds also is another thing that the vellum palate is good for. It regulates the airflow for sounds that are nasalized, like M, like N, or solely oral, contributing to the distinctiveness of speech sounds. And next, we go to the phonemes of English. The phonemes of English. Phonemes are the smallest in a particular language. English has a diverse set of phonemes, and each of them represents distinct sounds that also, at the end of the day, contribute to the language's phonological system. So look at these vowel sounds now. If we want to look at the vowel phonemes, we have the short vowels and we have the long vowels. Under the short vowels, we have vowels like the A as in cat, the E as in bed, the E as in sit, the A as in hot, the as in cut, the as in put. The long vowels, we have the E as in see, the A as in say, the O as in low, the R as in car, and the U as in blue, okay? And then we have the diphthongs. The diphthongs are what the A as in day, the I as in fly, the oi as in boy, the ow as in house, and the O as in go. And we have the consonant phonemes. The P as in pat, like with us we have the stops, okay? So the stops is P as in pat, B as in bat, T as in top, D as in dog, K as in cat, G as in go. And then we have the fricatives. And that is the F as in fish, V as in van, Th as in thin, The as in this, S as in C, Z as in zip, sorry, measure. And then the affricates, Ch as in chair, J as in judge. The nasals, M as in mat, N as in not, and Ng as in sing, Ng as in sing. I would like to highlight this one because I know a lot of people make the mistake of pronouncing the word S-I-N-G as sing. No, it's not sing, it's sing. Just like it's not king, it's king. Okay? It's sing, it's king, is something, not something, and it's not something, it's something. Okay? So the pronunciation is ing, not ing, but ing. All right? Like you're swallowing the G with a little tiny hint of it, okay, coming out. And then we have the liquids as in L as in light, and as in run. And then we have the glides, the as in yes, and the as in we. And then we have what phonemes with allophones. Phonemes in English language have variations in pronunciation known as the allophones, which are influenced by factors such as the phonetic context and accent. For example, the T sound may be aspirated at the beginning of a stressed syllable, as in top. But an aspirated elsewhere, like stop. Okay? Top, stop, top, stop. You hear, if you notice, I'm not saying stop. I'm saying stop, stop. So my mouth is not forming this in the context of these words, okay?
Hello, everyone. Okay, please exercise a little patience so we can get her back on the call. The network is back. Thank you.
All right, no problem.
Sorry, just a minute. I think my internet just went off for a bit on my computer, so I just need to thank you. Okay, so I'm back. I'm just trying to share my screen. Just a minute, please. Need to first of all get back to where we were. Right. Phonemes. Okay. Okay. Right. I need to be enabled to share my screen yet again, please. Please enable me to share my screen.
Boma, please enable her to share her screen.
I'm still not enabled though. I can't seem to share my screen still. Please, I need a narrator.
Mercy, can you do it from your end? My network is unstable.
All right, let me try.
Please let me know when it's done so that I can share my screen. Thank you.
All right, mom. All right.
Please, little more patience. The network is on and off, and we're trying to get back on.
Okay, so I think this would be a good time to take a break. I know we were meant to take a break at 12 o'clock, but maybe we should take a break now and come back here at 12:30 so that by then we would have sorted out all the things that are going on, and then we'll continue after. I hope that's okay.
That's perfect, ma. So please, let's go on a break now and return at 12:30. All right? Please, everyone, return at 12:30. Thank you so much. All right, welcome back, everyone. Please, let's exercise a little patience so we can admit others. Thank you so much. We'll start in the next 5 minutes. Thank you. All right. Welcome back, everyone. Ma, please, you can continue from where you stopped. Thank you.
All right, thank you, everybody. Welcome back. I'm glad we've been able to take care of our technical issues. So without further ado, because we still have quite a bit to finish before the day ends, and I also have a prior engagement, so I'll just do this quickly. All right, so we stopped at homonyms with allophones. Homonyms with allophones. Can you hear me clearly? Can you hear me clearly, please? I reckon you can. Okay, lovely. So, some phonemes. Okay, I said homonyms, sorry. Phonemes with allophones. Um, some phonemes in English language, they have quite a number of variations in the pronunciation. So, and these things are known as allophones. There are so many other things that have to do with pronunciation and things like that. We have homonyms, we have homograph, we have homophones. But today we'll be talking about the allophones, which are influenced by factors such as the phonetic context and accent. For example, the T sound may be aspirated at the beginning of a stressed syllable. As I said before, top, that's aspirated T. But an unaspirated T elsewhere, as in stop, is, sounds different, okay? And then we have the L sound, which will have a clear pronunciation at the beginning of a word such as light, but a dark pronunciation at the end of a word such as feel. So can you hear the difference between light, L in the light, and feel, L in the feel? Light, feel. The one with the light starts at the tip of your tongue, and the one at feel ends at the base of your tongue. Okay, so light, feel. So I'm going to be talking about pronunciation basically. Under pronunciation, we have something called articulation, we have stress, and we have rhythm. Articulation involves the precise formation of speech, speech sounds using organs of speech like the lips, the tongue, and the teeth, and a host of others. And clear articulation ensures that each sound is produced accurately, contributing to intelligibility. Okay. And then we have stress. Stress refers to the emphasis placed on certain syllables or words within a sentence. In English, stressed syllables are typically pronounced louder, longer, and with a higher pitch than unstressed syllables. And then we have rhythm. Rhythm refers to the pattern of stressed and unstressed syllables in speech, okay? So English has stressed timed rhythm, where the stressed syllables occur at regular intervals, creating a rhythmic flow to speech. Then we have intonation. Intonation refers to the rise and fall of pitch in speech, okay? This indicates the nuances such as mood, emphasis, and sentence structure. Intonation patterns can convey questions, statements, commands, or emotions. Like, when you're asking a question, there's that intonation at the end that goes up like an inflection. And then, of course, in emotions, the excitement can also alter your intonation, okay? And then linking and connected speech. Linking and connected speech. Linking involves the smooth transition between words in connected speech, where the final consonant of one word blends into the initial vowel of the next word. Connected speech also involves features like elision, that is the omission of sound, assimilation, that is the alteration of sounds to match the neighboring sound, and reduction, which is the weakening of the unstressed syllable. So an example of linking speech would be like the word forever, where people say forever, okay? Or the number of, I don't say it, but a lot of people say the number of, but that's an example of linking, um, speech where the R is linked with the O of the next word. All right, and then we have accent. Accent refers to the characteristic pronunciation patterns of a particular group of speakers, often influenced by regional, social, or linguistic factors. Non-native speakers have accents influenced by their first language or dialects affecting their pronunciation of certain sounds or patterns. Pronunciation practice. Okay, so effective pronunciation requires regular practice and feedback to improve accuracy and clarity. Okay, and then activities such as listening to native speakers, practicing tongue twisters, and recording and reviewing one's own speech can help improve pronunciation. Okay, so a lot of us who English was not our first language will find that we had to pay more attention to learning and speaking English as it was meant to be spoken, as it is meant to be spoken, as it were. Okay. Varieties of English. English is spoken in diverse accents and dialects worldwide, each with its own pronunciation patterns and variation. Understanding and appreciating the diversity of English pronunciation enriches communication and promotes cultural understanding. Principles of effective speaking. Effective speaking encompasses various principles that contribute to clear, engaging, and impactful communication. So whether delivering a speech, participating in a conversation, or presenting ideas in a professional setting, incorporating these principles can enhance one's ability to convey the message effectively. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. Okay. So you want to do this with clarity, you want to do it with conciseness, and you want to do it with confidence. With clarity, that means that you're clearly articulating your words and enunciate sounds to ensure understanding. Avoid mumbling, speaking too quickly, or slurring your words. Use simple, concise language, appropriate language for the audience. Don't look for big words because you want to sound intelligent. The right words will make you sound intelligent, okay? And then conciseness, present your ideas succinctly and to the point. Eliminate unnecessary details or repetition. Keep speeches and presentations within an allocated time frame. Don't ramble on and on and on just to drive a message home. That's why it's important to, put your notes down somewhere so that or your talking point somewhere so that you don't ramble on and on and on. And then of course confidence is extremely important. Project confidence through posture, through eye contact, and through vocal tone. Okay, believe in the message being conveyed, and demonstrate enthusiasm, handle nervousness or stage fright through preparation and practice. Okay, very important. Next, we have engagement. So we have engagement, we have structure, we have adaptability. So you need to capture the audience's attention from the outset with a compelling opening. So you need to use things like storytelling, you need to use anecdotes, humor, or just some kind of visual aid to help people maintain interest, encourage interaction through questions, pauses for reflection, or audience participation. Okay, right. And then structure is also extremely important. You need to have structure. So you need to organize your thoughts and ideas logically with a clear introduction, a body, and a conclusion. Use signposts or traditional phrases to guide the audience through the speech or the presentation. And then you need to ensure that what you're doing has a proper flow and is coherent by making sure that you arrange the content in a sequential and thematic manner. Okay. And then adaptability is another one. Tailor your message and tone and delivery style to suit the audience and the context. You cannot go to a rural area where people do not speak English as much and start speaking grammar for them. You will lose them. So you don't want to do that. Okay. So you need to respond to your audience feedback or questions with flexibility and empathy. Adjust pacing, volume, or emphasis based on your audience's reactions or as needed as it were. Okay, and then you have to have authenticity, you have to have preparation, you have to have visual and vocal variety. With authenticity, you need to be genuine. You need to be sincere in your communication. Express your thoughts and emotions authentically. Okay, use personal anecdotes or experiences to connect with the audience on a human level. That's give examples, especially personal ones. Okay, and then avoid excessive embellishment or insincerity, as it can undermine your credibility, and that's definitely something you don't want to do. Okay, and then thoroughly prepare your content, including research, organization, rehearsals. Just rehearse your speech and your presentation and all of that, and then you'll be good. And then make sure you anticipate potential questions or objections and prepare your responses so that you don't go in blindsided. Okay, and then familiarize yourself with the venue, whatever equipment you might be using at that venue, the logistics, just to make sure that you do not have constant interruptions or disruptions, as it were. And then you have to have a visual and vocal variety. Incorporate variation in vocal tone, pitch, pace, and volume to maintain interest. Use gestures, facial expressions, body language to emphasize your key points, and utilize visual aids like slides or props, and strategically to complement the verbal communication, as it were. And then you need to show respect and empathy. Show respect and empathy. Show respect for your audience's time, their attention, and their perspectives. Listen actively and empathetically to your audience's feedback and concerns, and then try to foster a supportive and inclusive environment that is conducive to open communication. Okay. What are the elements of correspondence? Okay. What is correspondence? To start with, correspondence refers to the exchange of written communication between individuals or organizations, typically conducted through emails, through letters, through memos, and all kinds of other written formats. It plays a crucial role in facilitating communication, conveying information, and maintaining relationships in various personal and professional and social contexts. What is the purpose of correspondence? Correspondence serves various purposes, and of course there are 5 that I've listed here. So it's useful for sharing information, requesting or providing assistance, expressing appreciation or acknowledgement, formalizing agreements or decisions, and establishing and maintaining relationships. Okay. What are the formats? Letters, emails, memos, reports, and notes. Okay. Letters, emails, memos, reports, and notes. And what are the elements? The elements in correspondence are what? The salutation, that is the greeting, like dear so and so and so. The body, that is the main content of the correspondence. The closing remarks, where you say things like yours sincerely, yours faithfully, or warm regards, things like that. The date and the subject, as well as the address. Okay. And then what tone are we using? Okay, so there are 3 different tones that we can use. Formal tone, which is used in professional or official correspondence. We have the informal tone, that is a more relaxed and casual tone where that you use with your friends and maybe family members. And then of course the polite and the cautious tone. And regardless of the tone, correspondence should always be polite, should always be cautious, should always be respectful, because everybody deserves respect. Okay. Your correspondence needs to have clarity and conciseness. Okay. So clearly express the purpose of your message and avoid unnecessary jargon, ambiguity, or verbosity to ensure understanding. It needs to be timely. Respond promptly to the correspondence to demonstrate professionalism and respect for the sender's time, and then set realistic expectations for response times and then follow through on those commitments. And then of course you need to proofread and edit your correspondence, so you need to review it for errors, grammar, spellings, punctuation, formatting, the regular thing that you do with your Microsoft Word most of the time. And then of course we need to ensure clarity and to ensure accuracy, to convey a professionalism and attention to detail. Follow up, you need to follow up, acknowledge the receipt of correspondence, and provide timely responses or follow-up actions as needed. Maintain ongoing communication to nurture relationships and address any outstanding issues or questions. Okay. Right. Of course, we've talked about what the different kinds of correspondence that exist, and a letter is one of them. And what are the parts of the letter? You have the sender's address, you have the date, you have the recipient's address, you have the salutation, you have the subject line, you have the body, you have the closing, you have signature, you have enclosures, you have the CC, where what's it called, emails and things like that are concerned, and all whatnot like that. Then we have what the kind of letters that exist, formal and informal letters. What is composed what does a formal letter consist of? Okay. You have the sender's address, you have the date, you have the recipient, you have the salutation. And so the sender's address is always at the position at the top right or left corner of the page, which includes, all the details there, like the name, the address, the city, postal code, contact information, all that. And then the date is placed below the sender's address, okay, and it's written in full with the month spelled out, followed by the day and the year. For example, January 15, 2023, that kind of a thing. Okay. And then you have to put the recipient's address. Okay. So that's positioned below the date, right? And it includes the recipient's name, title if it's applicable, organization name, address, city, postal code information, contact information, and then the salutation, which starts with the formal greeting such as dear Mr./Ms., last name, or to whom it may concern if the recipient's full name is known, okay? And then next thing you want to do is to put in a subject line, which briefly summarizes the purpose of the letter and is positioned below the salutation. After dear Mr. So, Mr. Miss so and so, you put in the subject line, after which you then put the body in there, which begins after the subject line, written in paragraphs with formal tone and professional language. This addresses the main purpose of the letter, the subject, whatever it is, and it is organized logically and concisely. Okay. After which you now have the closing, as it were. And this includes a closing phrase such as sincerely, yours faithfully, respectfully. This is followed by a comma positioned below the body of the letter and aligned with the left margin. And then your signature, a handwritten signature usually appears below the closing, and if the letter is typed, leave space for the sender to sign it by hand. Then we have the informal letter. Okay, informal letter. Informal letter, you have, of course, also the sender's address, which is similar to the formal letter format, but it may be omitted in a casual correspondence, you know, because a formal letter is kind of like just a note that you're writing to a friend, family member, and formalities are not always necessary, okay? Which is why it's an informal letter. And we have the dates written below the sender's address, similar to the formal letter. The address may or may not be included. Salutation usually starts with your friend's first name or nickname or whatever it is that you want to put in there, depending on your level of closeness and camaraderie. Okay. The body begins with a salutation written in a conversational tone with personal anecdotes, informal language, and expressions. Okay, and then the closing usually comes with things like, oh, best regards, take care, cheers, followed by a comma, and then positioned below the body of the letter and aligned to the left margin. And then you put in a handwritten or typed signature, as it were, before the closing, your name mostly, and then sometimes you can just sign whatever it is that you know one another as. Okay. What are the functions of the first, middle, and the last paragraph? So in a letter or any piece of written communication, each paragraph serves a specific function in conveying the message. Okay. First paragraph is the introduction mostly, and the first paragraph says, as an introduction to the letter, it establishes the purpose of or reason for writing and sets the tone for the rest of the communication. And the sender may provide context or background information relevant to the message. It captures the reader's attention and ensures them to continue reading. And then the middle paragraph is where you develop your content, okay? So the middle paragraph comprises the body of the letter and contain the main content or message, okay? And each paragraph addresses a specific idea, a specific point or topic, which is related to the purpose of the letter. Information is presented logically and coherently with supporting details, examples, or evidence to reinforce key points. The sender may use persuasive language, arguments, or explanations to convey their message effectively. And then the last paragraph. The last paragraph has showcases what the conclusion or the call to action. Okay, so the last paragraph serves as the conclusion of the letter. It summarizes the main points or key takeaways from the communication. The sender may reiterate the purpose of the letter or express appreciation for the recipient's time or consideration. If applicable, the sender may include a call to action, such as requesting a response or follow-up action, or further discussion. And the closing paragraph leaves a final impression on the reader and provides closure to the communication. And then, of course, we have the additional functions like the transitional paragraphs. So in longer letters or documents, transitional paragraphs may be used to smoothly transition between different topics or sections, okay? But these paragraphs generally help to maintain the flow and coherence of the communication. And then, of course, the sign off, like we said before, that is, and of course, it's not a separate paragraph. However, there's just usually that space that is left in between the body of the letter and the sign off, and it generally includes, again, the sincerely yours faithfully, best regards, followed by the sender's name. Okay, and then now we're going to be talking about comprehension and interpretation. Comprehension and interpretation. What is comprehension? Comprehension refers to the ability to understand, to grasp, and make sense of information presented in a text or communication. What is the process of comprehension? It includes several cognitive processes, which include reading or listening attentively to the information, identifying key ideas, main points, and supporting details. 1 minute, please. I need to charge my internet. Okay, I'm back. Yeah. You need okay, so then we have making connections between information and existing knowledge or experiences. We have inferring meaning from context or implicit clues, summarizing and synthesizing information to distill the main message or idea. Okay, and then we have strategies. So effective communication strategies include previewing or skimming the text to get an overview before delving into it, activating prior knowledge or schema related to the topic, asking questions before, during, or after reading to clarify understanding, visualizing or creating mental images to enhance comprehension, monitoring comprehension by checking for understanding and adjusting strategies as needed, summarizing or paraphrasing information to confirm understanding. And then interpretation. Interpretation involves analyzing, evaluating, and deriving meaning or significance from information, often based on personal perspective, context, or critical thinking. Interpretation goes beyond comprehension, and it involves analyzing the text or information to identify underlying themes, patterns, or messages, okay? Evaluating the credibility and reliability and relevance of the information presented, making judgments, inferences, or conclusions based on the evidence and reasoning, synthesizing information from multiple sources to form a coherent understanding, considering the author's purpose, perspective, and potential biases in shaping the message, because usually there's always some kind of bias that would shape, you know, some kind of message, and you know, you need that to be able to adequately interpret your correspondence or letter or whatever it is that you're reading, whatever reading material or literature. Okay, and then reflecting on personal experiences, values, and beliefs that may influence interpretation. Strategies for interpretation include identifying and analyzing literary devices, rhetorical strategies, or persuasive techniques used in the text, okay? Considering the different viewpoints or perspectives to broaden your understanding, engaging in critical thinking by questioning the assumptions, the biases, or the cultural perspectives, because they always exist within the context of whatever literature you're reading. Reflecting on the emotional, ethical, or moral implications of the information presented, discussing interpretations with others to gain insights and perspectives, and continuously revisiting and revising interpretations based on new information or insights. So what is the relationship between comprehension and interpretation? They are closely related, and they often occur simultaneously during the process of understanding a text or communication, okay? Because, I mean, in order to adequately interpret, you have to be able to comprehend, okay? So comprehension lays the foundation by ensuring understanding of the literal meaning of the text, while interpretation involves a deeper analysis and synthesis to derive meaning and significance. So effective communication facilitates accurate interpretation as it provides the necessary understanding of the person's content and the context of that content, okay? Interpretation builds upon comprehension by adding layers of analysis, evaluation, and personal reflection to derive a deeper meaning and insight from the information presented. So I just want us to go through, and I know that we referred to this in GNS 101. I want us to go through it again, just a little bit deeper this time around. English grammar rules. English grammar rules, okay? So we need to understand the basic rules of English grammar. That's grammar and parts of speech. And I know as we go on, you remember that we discussed this quite a bit in GNS 101. Grammar serves as the backbone of language, providing structural framework that allows us to communicate effectively. So it encompasses a set of rules and principles governing how words are organized and combined to form meaningful sentences by understanding grammar. Individuals can construct clear, coherent, and grammatically correct sentences, facilitating effective communication. So we have sentence construction. And under that, we have subject-verb agreement. And subject-verb agreement ensures that the subject and verb agree in number and person. So it would be incorrect to say the team of players is training hard every day. But it would be correct to say the team of players are training hard every day. We need to have proper word order. Proper word order. So you need to place words in a logical sequence to convey intended meaning. It would be incorrect to say quickly the car raced down the street, but it would be correct to say the car raced down the street quickly. There's got to be consistency in writing, okay? There's got to be consistency in writing. You need to maintain uniformity in writing style throughout your composition. It is inconsistent when you use a sentence like, she writes formally in the introduction, but becomes informal in the introduction, I mean the conclusion. It doesn't make sense. You need to write either formally from start to end or informal from start to end. So you need to maintain a formal tone throughout an essay, okay? Let's talk about the basic rules of English grammar. We talked about the part 1 in JNS 101. We'll talk about part 2 here in JNS 102. So we'll talk about figures of speech and we'll talk about sentence construction. Figures of speech are rhetorical devices that enhance language by adding depth, imagery, and emotional resonance to communication. They allow writers and speakers to convey meaning in a creative and non-literal way and enriching the expression of ideas. So here are some common figures of speech. Metaphor. Metaphor. A metaphor is a figure of speech that describes one thing in terms of another by asserting their similarity. For example, a smile was a ray of sunshine. A smile was a ray of sunshine. This compares the brightness and warmth of a smile to the radiance of sunlight. And then we have simile. A simile is a figure of speech that compares two unlike things using words like or as. For example, his eyes sparkled like diamonds. This compares brightness and clarity of someone's eyes to the brilliance of diamonds. And then we have personification. Personification is a figure of speech in which human qualities are attributed to non-human entities or objects. For example, the wind whispered secrets through the trees. This personifies the wind by giving it a human ability to whisper and convey secrets. We have the hyperbole. The hyperbole is a figure of speech that involves exaggerated statements or claims not meant to be taken literally. It is used to emphasize a point or create dramatic effect. For example, I've told you a million times to clean your room. This exaggerates the frequency of the request for emphasis. And then we have affixation. Affixation is the process of adding prefixes or suffixes to base words to create new words or modify their meaning. It is a common linguistic mechanism used to expand vocabulary or convey specific nuances of meaning. So here's an example. Prefixes are added to the beginning of a base word to change its meaning to create a new word. For example, the prefix "un" added to happy creates the word unhappy, okay? Which is the opposite of happiness. Suffixes are the ones that you add to the end, okay, of a base word. So the suffix er, is added to the verb teach and creates the noun teacher, which indicates someone who teaches. And then we have sentence construction. So subject-verb agreement ensures that the verb and the subject and the verb agree number and person, like we said before. Again, an example like I used before is what the team of players is training hard every day as being wrong, and the team of players are training hard every day as being correct. Okay, then proper word order, like I said before, quickly the car raced down the street and the car raced down quickly. Excuse me. There's got to be consistency. Okay, I already said that. Then you need to know the essential quality of paragraphs. And I think we've talked a little bit about that before, but just to reiterate, a paragraph is a self-contained unit of writing that presents a coherent idea or argument. It consists of several parts. There's a topic sentence. The topic sentence introduces the main idea or theme of a paragraph, and it serves as a roadmap for the reader, guiding them through the content that will follow, okay? The topic sentence serves as the foundation for the paragraph, encapsulating the main idea or argument that the paragraph will explore. It acts as a guiding light for both the writer and the reader, providing clarity and direction within the text. Here's a deeper dive. So the importance of a topic sentence is that it provides clarity, coherence, engagement, and organization. The topic sentence offers clarity by explicitly stating the focus of the paragraph. It eliminates ambiguity and ensures that readers understand the purpose of the upcoming discussion. It provides coherence by establishing a central theme. The topic sentence helps maintain coherence within the paragraph. It ensures that all the subsequent sentences relate directly to the main idea, avoiding tangential, unrelated content. And it also provides engagement. A well-crafted topic sentence captures the reader's attention and encourages them to continue reading. It sets the tone for the paragraph, piquing curiosity and generating interest in the topic. Okay, then finally, organization. The topic sentence serves as a structural tool guiding the organization of ideas within the paragraph. It provides a framework for arranging supporting details and arguments in a logical sequence. Examples of topic sentences. for instance. Health and fitness, example. Regular exercise is essential for maintaining physical and mental well-being. That's a topic sentence. Another one is in the educational sphere. Access to quality education is a fundamental determinant of individual achievement and societal progress. Okay, and then in the environmental sphere, we can say that implementing sustainable practices is imperative for the preserving for preserving our planet's biodiversity and mitigating climate change. And then technology and information, we can have one that says advancement in technology have revolutionized excuse me. Advancements in technology have revolutionized communication, transforming the way we connect and interact with one another. Functions of the topic sentence. It introduces the main idea, it provides focus, establishes context, and creates unity. Supporting sentences provide further elaboration, evidence, or examples to develop and support the main idea presented in the topic sentence. They help to strengthen our arguments or explanation presented in the paragraph. Supporting sentences play a crucial role in expanding upon the main idea or argument introduced in the topic sentence. And then we have elaboration. Elaboration is offered by providing further explanation, clarification, or context for the main idea presented in the topic sentence. They delve into specific aspects of the topic, offering depth and complexity to the discussion by expanding upon points, supporting sentences that enrich the reader's understanding and engagement with the subject matter. So an example here is, like I said before, regular exercise is essential for maintaining physical and mental health. And then further down, we use a supporting sentence that says physical activity stimulates the release of endorphins, neurotransmitters that promote feelings of happiness and well-being. Evidence. Supporting sentences present evidence or data to validate the claims made in the topic sentence. It cites research findings, expert opinions, statistical data, or anecdotal evidence to substantiate the arguments put forth. By providing credible support, these sentences enhance the credibility and persuasiveness of the paragraph's main idea. So an example here would be what? Access to quality education is a fundamental determinant of individual achievement and societal progress. So the supporting sentence here would be evidence, which says according to a study by the World Bank, each additional year of schooling is associated with 10% increase in a person's individual earning potential. Okay. I think that's enough examples. Again, then okay, it also provides analysis. So supporting sentence engage in critical analysis or interpretation of the main idea. it examines its implications, significance, or ramifications, and they offer insights, interpretations, or evaluations to deepen the reader's understanding of the topic. So by providing thoughtful analysis, supporting sentences encourage reflection and intellectual engagements. Okay? An example here will be what? Advancements in technology have revolutionized communication, transforming the way we connect and interact with one another. And the supporting sentence here, which would be the analysis, will be, however, the increasing reliance on digital communication platforms raises concerns about privacy, cybersecurity, and the erosion of face-to-face interactions. Okay. And then, well, maybe not final, but synthesis is another one. Supporting sentences help to synthesize information from multiple sources or perspectives to to present a comprehensive view of the topic. They integrate diverse viewpoints, arguments, or findings to offer a nuanced and balanced discussion. So by synthesizing various sources of information, supporting sentences enrich the depth and the complexity of the paragraph's main idea. An example would be the debate over genetically modified organisms, GMOs, encompasses scientific, ethical, and environmental considerations. Supporting sentence, which is the synthesis, is while proponents argue that GMOs can alleviate food shortages and enhance crop resilience, critics raise concerns about potential health risks, environmental impacts, and corporate control of food supply. Okay? And then we have the transitional phrases. Transitional phrases connect ideas within a paragraph and facilitate smooth transitions between sentences. So they help maintain coherence and flow, guiding the reader from one point to the next. Transitional phrases or words serve as bridges between ideas within a paragraph, excuse me, facilitating smooth transitions and maintaining coherence and flow. They play a crucial role in guiding the reader from one point to the next, ensuring that the narrative or argument progresses logically and seamlessly. Now here's a detailed exploration of their significance. Connection between ideas. So you see an example here now, for instance. Furthermore, on the other hand, that is those are transitional phrases, okay? Then you have something like in addition and similarly. Those ones foster continuity and cohesion, okay? We have emphasis and contrast, which is things like indeed and conversely, because these ones help to emphasize key points or signal contrast between ideas, guiding the reader's interpretation and their understanding. They highlight important information, or draw attention to significant shifts in perspective, tone, or argument. And then we have the one that works with sequence and progression. So, you know, when you have things like firstly, subsequently, lastly, you can see that that's showing you some kind of progression and sequence. And then cause and effect. So those are the ones that elucidate the connections between actions, events or phenomena, enhancing the reader's comprehension and insight. As a result, therefore, those are examples of such cause and effect ones. And then you have conclusion and summation, where you have words like in summary, to conclude, things like that. And then we have what? Variety and fluidity. Variety and fluidity helps to prevent monotony and it also helps enhance readability. They help to diversify sentence structures and rhythms by creating a dynamic and engaging narrative that holds the reader's interest. In light of this is an example. With this in mind is another example. Thematic qualities and methods of development. So paragraphs exhibit thematic qualities, and this helps to contribute to the effectiveness in conveying ideas. These thematic qualities include unity, coherence, emphasis, depth and complexity, relevance and significance, methods of the relevance, and then we have methods of development. Methods of development refers to strategies that are used to expand and elaborate on the main idea presented in a paragraph. And here are some common methods of development. You have exemplification, which provides examples, illustrations illustrations to clarify and support the main idea. We have description, which is using sensory details and vivid language to create a vivid picture or impression. We have comparison and contrast, highlighting similarities and differences between ideas, concepts, or objects. We have cause and effect, which help to explain the relationship between events and the phenomena by examining their causes and their consequences. So like I said, we've talked about exemplification, description, comparison and contrast, cause and effect. And then we have what methods of ordering details. So effective paragraphs employ various methods to organize and order details, ensuring clarity and coherence. And these methods include a chronological order, a spatial order, a logical order, and order of importance. So with the chronological order, you know that we're talking about time. Spatial order, this helps to arrange details based on their location, the physical location, and their spatial relationship. The logical order will help with the logical progression and the hierarchy of importance. And the order of importance helps to present details in order of the significance or relevance to the main idea. Like I said, I've explained. So how do we use paragraphs? How do we use paragraphs? With a new paragraph, you have to employ these 4 bullet points here, which says what? Begin a new paragraph whenever you introduce a new idea or topic. Ensure unity and coherence by focusing on a single or main idea and presenting supporting details in a logical and a coherent manner. Use transitional devices, like we said before, transitional words. These help with the flow of ideas, and then you do a revise and edit. Review your paragraphs to ensure clarity, coherence, and effectiveness in conveying your message. Make sure the revisions as needed are carried out to improve your structure and organize and employ clarity. Okay, so let's appreciate some literary works in English. What is literature? I'm not sure I want to delve so much into this, but example of literary works are what William Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet, Chinua Achebe's Things Fall Apart, J.K. Rowling's Harry Potter series. These are examples of literary works, and these literary works explore different themes of identity, love, power, conflict, and these actually resonate across generations all around the world. So I think that we can stop here. This will be delving into something else entirely. I think I've explored and gone through everything that we have in our syllabus for GNS 102. I'm sure that I'll be seeing you soon for another wonderful time learning the English language. And I know that I'm sure the next time we'll be talking more about the English language pronunciation, enunciation, elocution, and other things like that. So thank you so very much for your time. If you have any questions, please put them in the chat room. I'll be happy to answer your questions. And yeah, we'll end here today. Thank you very much for your time. Questions, please. Questions, please.
All right.
Okay, so if there are no questions, then I bid you goodbye. Thank you very much for your time. Have a wonderful rest of the day and enjoy
Thank you
yourself.
so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Hello?
I'm going to send it to you now.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.